Hello.
Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello. Hello. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello. Hello.
Hello, check, check, one, two, three. Hello, check, one, two, three, four.
হ্যালো, সাউন্ড জোরে হচ্ছে না নাকি? না, আমি জোরে বলতেছি।
Hello, hello, check, hello, hello. Hello, check, hello, hello, hello.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello. Okay, good morning.
This is audible, sir.
Yeah, good morning from Brazil. May you hear me? May you hear me?
No, tak. Yes, sir.
Uh,
Your audio is loud
may
and
you
clear.
hear me?
Loud and clear. Your audio is loud and clear, sir. We are listening. We are
Okay.
listening.
Okay, I may hear you very well. Okay, I think the connection is good. No? Hello? Hello? I think the connection is good. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yes, may you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I think the connection is very good.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, the connection is very well.
রিমোট কিন্তু পিছনে থাকতে হবে, পিছনে।
পেছনে থাকি পিছনে আমি তো সাউন্ড দিতে বুঝেন নাই
হ্যাঁ, ঠিক আছে, সমস্যা নেই।
ম্যাক্সিমাইজ করেন তাহলে অনেকটা বুঝতে সুবিধা হবে। জানে ওনাদের আগে কখনো দেখে
hello check, hello check auto 345,
Okay.
hello.
Okay. Okay. Very good the connection. I may hear you very well. I may see you very well on the screen.
কাজ করতেছে? গুড মর্নিং স্যার। গুড মর্নিং স্যার। গুড মর্নিং স্যার।
মনে হয় একটু বাইরে গেছে।
Hello, sir. Sir, am I audible to you? Sir, can you hear me, sir? Hello?
Yes?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. শুনতে পাচ্ছি স্যার।
Good morning, sir. Sir, this is
morning.
Lieutenant Colonel Maria. Our session will start, sir, at after 13 minutes. That means, sir, in your country, 0630 hours. In our country, 1530 hours.
I think we are going to start the session in 15 minutes.
Okay, sir.
No. Yes? In 15 minutes?
Sir, right, sir.
Okay. Bangladesh now it's 15. No?
Sir, right, sir. 15,
Uh-huh.
15, sir.
Okay. Okay. More 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
নষ্ট হয়ে গেছে কিন্তু তুমি
স্যার।
এখানে কাউকে পাবা না।
স্যার,
নিচে একটু ইয়া করতে বলো তো, সিঁড়ি দিয়ে চলে আসতে বলো, বলতে বলো।
এই যে স্যারের এটা আছে, এটা উনি কারেক্ট করে দিয়েছে স্যার।
ঠিক আছে,
এই যে ফার্স্ট স্পিকার ইজ লাইক
ওকে,
ওনার পাওয়ার পয়েন্ট প্রেজেন্টেশন আমাদেরকে অফার করতেছে।
ঠিক আছে। তো একটা না ইয়া থেকে সবগুলা ওই
কন্ট্রোলটা ওনাকে দিই, উনিও চেঞ্জ করতে পারেন। এটা সাইডে হাইড করে দাও।
এই একটা না পুরাটা সেশনের একটা স্লাইড থাকে না, সেশনের টপিক লেখা থাকে, ওইটা কই? এটাই তো ফার্স্ট স্লাইড। না থাকে তিনটা স্পিকারের নাম লেখা থাকে। আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, ওই স্লাইডটা আছে, কই আমি এটাই তো ফার্স্ট স্লাইড। না ওইটা নাই
স্যার আছে, আমি
কথা না রাখুন না। হ্যাঁ থাক থাক, এটা দিয়ে বলে দেবো। নিচের দিকে আছে নাকি স্লাইড কি নিচে চলে গেছে কোনো? না এখানে নেই। স্যার এখন
এটা নেন। কোথায়?
তো 10 মিনিট আছে।
Recording in progress.
Distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, can you please take seats? Distinguished audience, can I draw your attention, please? The session is going to start. If you can occupy the seats. Thank you. We are going to begin the session. If you can settle down. Yeah, thank you very much. Unfortunately, the elevator is not working. Otherwise, we could have more delegates here. But anyway, it is a good presence. Distinguished audience, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. I am Colonel Salehin, the senior instructor of BIPSOT, and today I will be acting as the master of the ceremony of this session. Our session 9.1 today is on highly sensitive task in current peace operation. Distinguished guest, command has become a very challenging in today's multidimensional peacekeeping environment, where we have a multifunctional command structure. At the same time, the threat of IED or improvised explosive devices is now a permanent threat against peacekeepers. Again, mandate implementation has become challenging in the complex peacekeeping environment. Today we have three distinguished speakers to discuss this important topic. The session will be moderated by Colonel Antonio Del Gaudio, and it is my privilege and honor to introduce him in front of you. Colonel Antonio graduated from the military school of Nunziatella in 1987. He then 128th staff course and the 7th joint staff college course, achieving his masters in arts in international relations and strategic sciences, strategic studies, and 2 masters in international relations at the University of Turin. Colonel Del Gaudio became a helicopter pilot in Texas and Alabama in 1997-1998 and was then awarded the Italian Aviator Wings. He served as the squadron commander and XO at the 34th Helicopter Group. He flew over Bosnia-Herzegovina and Kosovo between 1999 to 2003 under the NATO colors, and then as a commander of the Task Group Phoenix took on responsibility in the Afghanistan in 2008 to 2009, supporting the ISAF missions. The colonel took on the 1st Aviation Regiment, Antares, in 2015 to 2017, leading the operational in-servicing of the newly acquired ICH-47Fs and the Shadow 200 drone system. Then completed his command experience, taking an support regiment in the military citadel Cagnola in Rome, 2017 to 2019, where he also served as the chief of staff. Through his career, he served as the Supreme Allied Commander for transformation into Norfolk within the Strategic Plans and Policy Division, where he supported the preparation for the NATO summit in Chicago and fostered many collaborations with several universities among the alliance, which proved functional when he joined Comfort headquarters in Rome, where he held relations between the army and the universities of Rome, Fertibo and Modena and Turin. In September 2020, he has been appointed the director and the commanding officer of the Post-Conflict Operations Studies Center in Turin. Colonel Antonio Del Gaudio was born in 1969 in Naples, is married with Mrs. Simota Mado and has 2 daughters, Beatrice and Angelica. We have no doubt that given his illustrious career, he would be the best person to moderate this important session. Without further ado, may I request Colonel Antonio to begin this session. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Colonel, for introducing me. I couldn't believe my own ears listening about myself. Thank you all for coming. Let me tell you up front that you made the right decision to come over here to the 3rd floor. This is where the big guns are, and I will display them very soon. Thank you. My credit goes to the executive committee and also to BIPSOT, his commander and his staff and everyone who's working around to make this possible and also enjoyable. So once again, thank you all for being here. Once again, up front, I'm going to tell you right away that this is going to be different, a different panel, because I wrote down 5 pages of notes which I'm not going to use because of presbyopia, so I'm not going to wear my glasses for the photographers, and I'll try to actually go by heart and see if I remember what I wrote. Let's think about it. Technology, digitalization, we go forward into the future. Nice. So there is something I always try to point out when we hold courses in Italy, which, by the way, you are all invited to. What's beyond and around an electronic device, a user? There is a danger into going so full throttle into technology. Oh, just before I go ahead, too far away, you might hearing me saying that I am a pilot, because this is something that all pilots do, but I will not get stuck into this trap. So I will not tell you that. Although I will be using some metaphors to pass over my messages. Technology, again, it's a good thing and helps us, especially when up our jobs. But there is a tendency around the communities to overthink about technology, devices, and what's beneath it. There is not enough talking about those, in brackets, users. So someone has to take care of those brains and those souls who are going to be using the devices. Because if we make the best ever device, super, hyper technological, and we give it to a not necessarily ready for it user, and I'm talking not only just about training, I'm talking about education, about bringing up this person from its childhood up to his youthhood, to the moment he's going to make a decision how to use it, whether or not, then we might have created a humanized techno person. Or what I want to say is, don't forget to consider the thing the other way around. So we're trying to get technology into human, making it easier for humans to use technology. But don't forget that there is a danger. The danger of making humans devices, basically. If we forget to educate those people into how to judge themselves and evaluate themselves, what's going to be good to be done on the field. And this actually gets all the way together with what has been said so far today also. Missions can be hampered by the wrong decision made by the soldier who doesn't have the vision, doesn't have metabolized the reason why he or she is performing the mission. What they have is a good training, hopefully, so they know how to use it. But at some point, we all know, at least those who have been in the field, that there will be that day that all your planning was good only for the sake of planning. Because you will be facing situations where sand, heat, dust, and other conditions are just impeding you from using that technology. And it goes back to you, the human being. Has anybody spent time into forming, educating that person to make assessments? Lowest level possible. As all of us know, it takes only a soldier that makes the wrong decision to hamper a mission. Once the mission is hampered and the perception is not the one the way we wanted, then it's very hard to recover from it. But that was just the introduction to tell you that this panel is going to take care about the human side, which is, that's in the title. If you could, I could myself go ahead. Back. That was me. Here. Highly sensitive tasks in current peace operations. To me and to the panelists who I have become acquainted with, which makes it more human to me to talk about them, we have decided that there is a human factor needs to be highlighted and which needs to be brought into the attention of the panelists and the audience. Because technology helps, eases it up, and then all of a sudden shuts, leaves you there. To me happened, 10,000 feet over the sea, 6 computers, all of a sudden, all of them just got blank. What do we do? It comes down to your very nature, which needs to be trained, of course, and goes back also to your nature, the principles and values that are beneath it to make proper decisions. Otherwise, you hamper the mission. So, our 3 panelists today are super experts in the field, from the field. In a few seconds, I'm going to pass the floor over to General Carlos dos Santos Cruz, who's a super, very well-known character within the UN community. I'm going to read out a little bit of his curriculum so I don't forget things now. He's got plenty of datas, and I don't want to forget anything here. So, Lieutenant General Carlos Alberto dos Santos Cruz was born in Brazil in 1952, and he spent 47 years of service in the Brazilian Army. He graduated in the military academy, did all the courses throughout his education. He was also posted at the Army War College in Pennsylvania, the US, and was also posted as a defense attaché to the Brazilian embassy in Moscow. As a general, he commanded the Light Brigade in Brazil, the 13th, and also he was the first commander in the United Nations missions for the stabilization of Haiti. That was in 2009. In the following years, he was also employed as a Brazilian Army Deputy Commander for operations. He retired in 1222, and then he returned to active duty in the Brazilian Army in May 2013. And he was appointed by the United Nations as Force Commander in the mission of United Nations to stabilization of Congo. So, the MONUSCO from 2013 to 2015. At some point, he was appointed by the Secretary General of the UN to actually write a report. It's the well-known Cruz dos Santos report. And that was about how to make recommendations on improving security in peacekeeping missions. And this is still being used in references and in preparation for missions. Now, we could go on on his curriculum, but this would take time out of his speech. So, just before closing, I have to tell you that he is being currently designated by the UN to lead a team for assessment of a problem occurred in the conflict zone between Russia and Ukraine. So, he's currently the leader of a team that is evaluating a problem which occurred very recently. So, without further ado, I will pass the floor over to General dos Santos Cruz, who's there. Thank you for coming with us, being with us. Sir, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Antonio. It's my pleasure. Thank you very much for this invitation, and I wish you all enjoy this opportunity to be in Bangladesh. On these challenges in multinational commands in UN peacekeeping operations, I'd like to say that first of all we need to understand the United Nations. Okay, first slide. And then we need to understand the United Nations. The United Nations is not one operational organization. The United Nations is a political and diplomatic organization. And then normally we have people with political and diplomatic background. Obviously, the United Nations had to go to the fields, but we don't have operational logistics, for instance. And then with the United Nations, they try to do operational logistics with administration. And then started the first problems. because we don't have exactly one military structure. Then the political solution is the priority for the United Nations. But exactly in this point, we don't have significant success. We have very few success in political area. And then one organization that after the year 80s, 1980s, got one strong influence from pacifists, academics, scholars, NGOs, institutes, and many other organizations with influence in the organization. Then it's very difficult to be operational in the United Nations, but it's possible to do many things in the operational area if we have initiative, if we have independence to take action. Okay, next slide. And then we are going to the commanders, the force commanders, sector commanders, depth force commander, battalion commanders, all the military, all this, the hierarchical chain. We are going to live in one multinational environment where we have civilians and military. Different cultures, different interests, political pressure, political motivation. And then one thing that is fundamental is the integration. But what we have much more easier is disintegration. And then without integration, we are not going to have success in the United Nations. It's very difficult, almost impossible, but anyway, we need to try all the time to integrate the maximum possible. We have different interests. Many people are there for different reasons. Many countries participate in peacekeeping operations motivated by sometimes political interest on the question, sometimes to have more influence inside the organization. Some countries participate in peacekeeping for money, and then we have different interests. And it's difficult to have one motivation and unifying the will to have a good production, to have good results in the mission. Okay, one more slides. Okay, one thing is joint operations, the mission and the national security force. It's fundamental to have this capacity. In small countries, small problems, it's possible to do something alone, but UN will not achieve any results alone. What we need to understand what's possible for the United Nations, what's possible for the European Union, what's possible for the Organization of American States. What's possible to do is financial support and technical support and expertise, some experts, specialists to help the local governments in planning, in some more technical areas. But it's not possible to solve the problem. To solve the problem depends only from the local government, the local people. And then in operation is the same. The United Nations will not achieve results without joint operation. And then we need to consider first the HRDDP, the Human Rights Due Diligence Policy. We don't have this I in the effort. And then it's maybe the best document we have in the United Nations. Very realistic. We are not to work with angels. I'm talking about the main 4 or 5 big missions. not missions like Cyprus, like West Sahara, but missions like in Congo, in South Sudan, in Central African Republic, this kind of in Somalia, this kind of mission, we are not going to work with angels. Then we need to consider the human rights due diligence policy. And the document is very realistic. What we need to do is to mitigate the possibility to have human rights violations. Then it's not to select only perfect people to work with the United Nations. No, we need to work with the force we have and with the people in the country, and we need to mitigate the possibility of human rights violations. Training is fundamental, but training depends on the local government. The countries will go to the mission in different levels of training. And we are going to work with different level of police and army in the mission with the nationals. And then what happened? For instance, in one very practical example, in Mali, we had one first-class intelligence battalion from Sweden. But the neighbors were not on the same level of preparation, the same level of technology. Then this integration is not so easy. And anyway, we need to train, we need to provide some resources for the countries with more difficulties in order to make possible to have one coordinated operation. Well, another point is the corruption. Normally, the missions will be developed in place with corruption in the political environment. And then not only the country, but sometimes the neighbors, many illegal activities. And then we need to live inside this environment. And the manipulation of public opinion. It's very easy to mobilize people against the United Nations because the United Nations normally has one high visibility with many material, airplanes, helicopters, vehicles, personnel, equipment, but the expectation for the people is very high, but it's not easy to have frustration in short time. And then normally it's manipulated by local politicians. Even the violence is manipulated by local politicians. And then now we go to some more pressures. TCCs and PCCs. The TCCs, we had some maybe some years ago, we had formal restrictions, the caveats. The country, contributing country had some restrictions, and they used to express these restrictions to the United Nations formally. Now the caveat is WhatsApp. Now the capitals, they control battalions and brigades and sector commanders via WhatsApp. And then we don't have the formal restrictions, but you need to see what are the restrictions the commanders have normally from the capitals. And some commanders normally they stay 1 year, sometimes maximum 2 years, and they want to protect themselves from the career problems when they go back to the country. Then the first pressure. Security Council members. The United Nations, we have almost 200 countries. Actually, we have the 15 Security Council. Inside the Security Council, we have, and inside.
Sir, you're under one extra challenge. Could you please hold? There is an extra challenge. You're not being heard.
Okay.
Yes, you're back.
Okay.
You're back. Thank you.
Okay. Then
Start
we
from
need
neighboring countries. That's where we lost you.
We need to consider the influence of the neighboring countries, the interests they have in the problem. Regional organizations, African Union, European Union, and other organizations, they have many interests as well to influence. In some select countries as well, because they are financial contributors. Normally, big financial contributors, they have the feeling that they may influence in the operational decisions. But we need to do what we consider appropriate to do. But you need to manage the conversation with this kind of influence. And even former colonizers in Africa, we have this problem. Sometimes you see that the behavior of some important countries and authorities have some remains of these minds. It's possible to see this behavior sometimes. Okay, go ahead. Next slide. The deployment of the military contingent. We are going sometimes to see one battalion fragmentation in 4, 5, 6, 7, even 8 different places. What is the structure when you fragment one battalion? It is very weak, because you don't have 5 doctors, you don't have 5 ambulances, you don't have 5 intelligence teams, and then we have a maximum. When we have a fragmentation in 2 or 3 places, it's okay. But when we have a fragmentation in 5 or 6 or 7, we don't have any structure. And we have the lead system. The force commander will have only 100% of the contingent in the first 2 months. Because after that starts the lead system, and normally 1/3 is out of the mission in lead. And then one more problem, the rotation of troops. Some countries, they rotate the troops every 6 months, 9 months, 1 year maximum. And then they don't have opportunity to have one integration with the population to collect more information, more intelligence, to have a friendly relationship with the internationals inside the mission, different sectors. It's a problem with rotation in short time, 6 months, 9 months. And then intelligence is still a big problem in the United Nations, because people like to talk on drones and no, but what we need to have is human intelligence. But the human intelligence, you need to exchange some you need to have a relationship, trustful relationship. You need to have money, but it's not possible to talk in some operational behavior to get intelligence in the United Nations. Then it's the deficiency, the big deficiency. And when in the rotation of troops, I already said something about that. Okay, go ahead, please. Protection of protection of civilians, we start to have something more in protection of civilians. We had to have 15 years of discussions in the United Nations because it's a big structure and everything is very slow. To change something is very difficult, and then you have 1,000 of discussions, conferences, and papers. And then I remember in Congo we fighting against the ADF, against M23, and they called me from New York that we had a new document on protection of civilians. The documents in the United Nations are fantastic. The people in the United Nations, the level of all the people who work in the United Nations, civilians and me, the level is amazing. But I didn't have time to read 100 pages on protection of civilians. I had to take action against the guy. Then, if you need to read something, you need to read before, because when you go to the mission, you are going to have a real life every day in front of you. And then we need to use the force, because the use of force is intimately connected to the protection of civilians. But we have countries in classic peacekeeping. They say what means classic peacekeeping? It means the security based on presence, patrols, reports, something like that. Well, we have one more problem, the enablers, the military engineers, aviation, military hospitals, it needs to be in favor of all the mission. Then we need to conciliate our relationship with the administration. These are the challenges. For instance, in one operational area, sometimes the aviation wants you to have the same behavior with the weapons you have in a commercial flight from London to New York. It's completely different, the situation. And then you need to talk, you need to find a way to change things on the ground. Sometimes not exactly in New York, but on the ground it's possible to accommodate many things. Okay, go ahead. And then the protection of civilians, you need to take risks. It's the most important task we have is the protection of civilians, because we are not going to solve the local problem. It depends on the nationals, but we may protect people. Then, if you want to protect someone, we need to take the risks for us. And we need to neutralize or eliminate the threats. Eliminate is not exactly one UN language. We say neutralize, but for instance, ADF, you need to give orders. You need to train the people to shoot first. Because if you don't shoot first, they are going to kill you. We are going to lose many people. And then depending on the problem, we need to change the operational behavior. And we need to train the people, because when they are in the pre-deployment training, we have the basic points of United Nations to use the force only to protect yourself. But when you are fighting against ADF, you need to attack first. And then we need, and inside the same mission, sometimes in one area we have one, we need to have one behavior to conciliate, to have dialogue, and depending on the place, depending on the rebel group, you need to have a different behavior. And then inside the same mission, we need to have different standards. And then we should not wait for the threats. We need to go against them. Because we have in one mission, big mission, we have 150 patrols a day, night and day. It means 4,500 a month. It means 50,000 patrols a year, and you never have almost never we have one conflict with the rebel. Something is wrong to have 50,000 patrols, but we are not, we don't have coincidence to meet this, some groups. And then we need to review our behavior, we need to review our reports, we need to review the intelligence. And then the presence, for me, is responsible for 20% of security, maybe. But the POC based on action, maybe it's much more than that, 80%. And then we need to be strong since the very beginning because it's safer for us. They need to believe that if they do something against us, we are going to take action against them. They need to be very sure that we are going to take action against them. Okay, next slide. And then we need to follow orders. We are military, our base is the discipline. But quality is not only discipline. Quality depends on motivation. What we want results. Results is quality. It depends on motivation, leadership, and initiative. It's very easy to have initiative in the United Nations. Maybe the problem for initiative is not in New York. The problem of initiative is the capitals normally. And then we may have all the means. Antonio said about that in the very beginning of the session, that we may have all the means, enable, budget, administration, everything, but if we don't have motivation, we are not going to solve the problem. And I put one more point, is the integration. If you don't have integration, you have nothing. We are going to spend money, to spend time in peacekeeping. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is one message in 1994, in the eve of the genocide in Rwanda, when General Romeo Dallaire from Canada, the force commander with a very small force, but he was reporting the possibility to have that massacre, and he received this message from the PKO at that time. He was Kofi Annan. Later he was the Secretary General. He received this message: no reconnaissance or other action, including response to request for protection, should be taken by the mission until clear guidance is received from HQ. HQ is New York. It's a problem because in 1994 we didn't have this so agile communication, and how we are going to in New York to have the perception of what is going on the ground. Then I think it's one example of disaster of decision. And then we had the genocide, 100 days, 3 months, people killed 500,000 Tutsis and more, 300,000 Hutus. It's a crime, absurd. And then we are on the ground not to call New York. And New York is not there to say for us what we need to do on the ground. We have one mandate, we have our interpretation, we need to have our initiatives and what to do. Please. Hello? Hello? Next slide, please.
Sir, we got frozen. I'm sorry. But we hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And then, what is the question? The question is motivation. If you have motivation, because all the people in the United Nations have equality. All the countries select the best soldiers, sergeants, officers, and you are there in Bangladesh now because you are important in your armies, in your countries, in your armed forces. And then all the people have equality, but the problem is not equality, the problem is motivation. And then when we go to the United Nations, we go to protect the people, basically, not to solve problems. And then why we are going to risk our lives in Congo and South Sudan, Mali, for the UN flag? The UN flag doesn't have this dimension. For our countries, sometimes our countries have nothing to do with the problems on the ground. The only motivation we have to work well in peacekeeping is to do something for the people. We fight for them, we fight for the poor people, we fight against the criminals, we fight against the violence, and then is the only motivation we have is the human being, mainly the people in need, the most vulnerable people, the children, the women, the poor. This is our motivation. Out of that, we have nothing to do in peacekeeping. Thank you very much. This is my ideas on the challenges we have in the field. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're getting a round of applause here. Thank you. That was very enlightening and also reinforced a little bit of what we said in the beginning of it. So motivation matches with the human side of what we do. And sometimes you realize that during your mission, you might shake hands to people who later on you find out being the devil. And I'm just recalling Romeo de Leyer's, who you know very well, book about Rwanda genocide. So why this is still so a topic, a current topic? Because we are living in a post-conflict operations mode, and we just don't realize it. The mistakes in not tackling missions happened and occurred and run 20 years ago are being paid today and will be paid for the future, because missions don't end just when the mission closes. Missions end when failed states recover from the nature of their crisis. Otherwise, we have not solved it. But anyway, the word threat has been mentioned several times, and speaking about that, this helps me introducing our second speaker. Our second speaker is Mr. Raymond Kamei from Kenya. He lives in Uganda, where he works for AMMAS as an expert on IED, being part of the mobile training team on threat mitigation advisory team. He spent 4 years working in Somalia as an IED analyst. And that's only because he had built a 15 years experience in the Kenya Defense Forces as an EOD officer. He also holds a BA and an MA in civil engineering at the University of Kenya, and also an MA in negotiations and policy making, which he got at the University of Geneva in Switzerland. So we go all the way from threat ID into some human aspects of the mission, which is fear, mistrust, because IEDs pose a threat that hamper missions to be fulfilled. By the way, we were talking about technology. Yes, we're getting more technological, and the word improvised stands for not necessarily technological. As we spoke together with Ray earlier, the more we get technological, possibly the less technological our opponents are, because they're building up ideas out of what they get there in the woods. But we will listen to Ray. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Colonel Antonio. What he forgot to mention is he said there are three big guns, but that is not true. 2 big guns and 1 small gun in this presentation this afternoon. 2 generals and 1 mister. But we also have my colleague Rowan Barrows behind there from UNMAS. So we are 2 UNMAS representatives, and he works with UNMAS Mali. So this afternoon, I'm going to training team, and I'll give
Recording in progress.
I'll give an overview of the threat where UN forces operate, especially in Africa, and so part of United Nations. We are in the Secretariat in the Department of Peace Operations. And UNMAS was established 5 years ago with the threat posed by explosive remnant. Where there are 19 locations UNMAS operate around, and of 19% in Africa and 32% in Middle East, and we also have America in Colombia. Is that some of the missions have helmets? That is where there is peacekeeping and UNMAS locations. For example, Mali, which is a big peacekeeping operation, Mali is also big there. One unique situation is where we have African Union Transition Mission, and UNMAS operating there. I worked there for 4 years as a military officer, and then UNMAS. So I'll now briefly talk about where the following increase incidents in UN peacekeeping missions, the UN Secretariat established ID threat mitigation advisory team. This is a team in New York, and they work closely in the policy mission. The documents guide how we conduct operations in ID environment. The team was established. We are located in Entebbe, Uganda, and we are working with the military officers, gratis officers to us, and also me as a civilian, and there is likelihood of the group expanding. We provide training. First, we standardize the training institutions where UN pre-deployment training is conducted. Curriculum needs to be used. That's what we do, because already we have. We also the bilateral partners that are providing this training support to institutions. We by Australia, Canada, Denmark, US. Those are big, our big donors. These the mobile training, and also we have trainers who recently joined the team and will start training with them. We work closely with the light coordination mechanism where Herbert works, and he did a presentation. Briefly talk about the IDA explosive ordnance in some of the areas and presence before I talk about training. You'll note that West Africa has many countries that are providing troops to, and you of the threat from now to take care of homeland security. Also Togo, Burkina Faso, and other countries.
Recording in progress.
I close. Yeah, Burkina Faso is another example where there is an increase of ID incidents in those regions, and it is impacting how the troops are getting ready for UN deployment. It's not going to the next. You can see there from the graph the increase from 2013 of the incidents in West Africa. And on the graph down is the casualty numbers for those killed and injured. And this is just data that is from UNMAS, and the numbers might be high because not all incidents are recorded. Democratic Republic of Congo, the MONUSCO mission, also the numbers, the increase over years. Notice the spike in the increase of the incidents in 2021, from 5 in 2020 to 51 last year. And already this year has recorded 44. And you can see in the down graph the number of IDs that are being found out of compared to those ones that explode. So in Congo, majority of those IDs will explode, and when they explode, they are likely to cause casualties. And these incidents also are transferred to neighboring countries. Last year, MONUSCO started experiencing person-borne IDs, and in Uganda, where I work, Kampala, there were person-borne IDs recorded in November. And it was attributed to the same group called the ADF. Somali, this is where I worked for 4 years, and you can see Somali has the highest number of ID incidents. It's not normally highlighted because it's not a UN mission, but an average of 450 incidents per year. There were cases where in a week there are more than 10 incidents occurring in a week. And you can see the casualty levels. Just a few days ago, there were around 3 or 2 vehicle-borne IDs in Mogadishu, and they caused fatalities of more than 100 last weekend. So the neighboring country also, Kenya, has suffered casualties from the ID incidents that are happening across the border. African Union has close to 18,000 troops in Somalia. So with that background, we can see that the ID incidents have been going up. We cannot postulate and know at what point will these incidents start coming down. But what is important is training for the troops, and that is what we'll discuss today. And from the cruise report and also the ISR's report have pinpointed training is really key. And I quote from the cruise report, say that we need to change the way we are doing business. What does counter-ID training entail? And we need to understand that it starts from the lowest level called awareness to the highly specialized level on IDD disposal. And even within ID disposal, there are also levels with the high specialization called ID advanced. Where should training institutions focus their training? This is based on the analysis, threat analysis, and where troops require this training. When I went to Somalia in 2016, that time UNMAS was concentrating the training within the last bracket, where they were training highly specialized operators and leaving the bulk of the soldiers who were not getting awareness training. And that one was changed. And with the focus shifting to awareness training, we started seeing the casualty numbers going down. I'll be able to share those statistics later. So training, this is where the training institutions need to really focus and understand where to focus their training. As a mobile training team, we've been going around TCCs and doing assessment on where we can support the troop contributing countries to build their capacity for the training institutions to have instructors who can provide training to the troops so that more numbers are trained. This is example that a case study of MINUSMA on how training has impacted the casualty numbers and also the ID incidents that have been found. Red is bad, it's explosion. Green is good. Those are the IDs that have been found and cleared. And you can see from 2013 to this year that the green has increased, which is good. And if more IDs are found, then the casualties are reduced. I think as at last year, the find rate was more than 40%. Rowan may be able to confirm the find rate for 2021. It was more than 40%. And you can see the training down that the MINUSMA has introduced over time. First started with the specialist training when the mission started, EOD, and then over time there was pre-deployment training, awareness training, search and detect, which all these, the mission is evolving and seeing what is the need of the training that the started. Convoy commanders course started in 2017, and I think this course is very important for the mid-level commanders, convoy commanders who are operating in the threat environment for them to have knowledge on planning. Staff officer training, I think, was the last one that started in 2020, but the important thing is to see the impact of how that training has had. This is Somalia. The number of incidents, and on the right-hand side, you can see the casualty figures of killed and injured. Yeah. So over time, the number of casualties has gone down due to what I'd mentioned before, more numbers being trained, being given awareness training. This is an ideal situation of how training is conducted before deployment, proper pre-deployment training with proper threat information coming from the mission, in-theater training, and then deployment with the lessons learned. From the headquarters, there are many publications that are produced, manuals, ID, disposal standards, EOD manuals, and other documents. Those documents are used in the pre-deployment training? If they are, that is good. So if training institutions have good standards to conduct the training, and then they also have proper threat picture that is coming from the mission to influence how they train, the in-theater training will be short. But Rowan will tell you this is not the case all the time in Mali. Troops still come to the mission and they are not properly trained, and a lot of time and resources is spent to conduct in-theater training. And lessons learned. Are the TCCs conducting conferences, workshop to analyze what are the lessons that have occurred over time and to be able to influence training? So those are areas that training should need to have regularly. Later this month, there'll be lessons learned workshop in Uganda, which is supported by JIPO. And that one has been happening over time. And Uganda have been progressively performing very well in Somalia because of the training they're getting, and also having this workshop over time. And I think recently it was suggested that these lessons learned should not only be for the country, it can also be for the region, to see what are the lessons learned even the TCCs in that mission can get. Training aids and equipment. I think we've, this week we've talked so much about equipment, and a lot of questions have been asked about equipment. Yesterday in our breakout session, questions were asked about equipment. And Rowan mentioned, and I agree with the statement he said yesterday, there is no equipment that will substitute a well-trained soldier who will be able to understand the basic tactics of not setting patterns, knowing where IDs can be found, and making use of their eyes. If there is a platoon of 30, those are 60 eyes, yeah? And if they are trained to identify the ID markers along the route to disturb ground, those are better training. I have seen in Somalia where one country got very good equipment, and in their first convoy, that equipment was, they got jammers, and the soldiers got very confident that now we are safe. And they forgot to do the normal drills that they were doing because equipment has been introduced. I believe the Al-Shabaab had this information, they had the intelligence, and they used pressure plate. And the first convoy, and the first vehicle was a vehicle with the jammer. They were hit. All that equipment was destroyed with a cheap option that the Al-Shabaab were using. So equipment, yes, but also emphasis on the correct drills. Training aids is also important for training institutions to have, and I thank the government of Bangladesh that they've supported the mobile training team with training aids. You can see also in the slide, Kenya, we had training where they procured training aids and they improved their training. Force protection training. This is another important area that UN now is establishing. I think there's a working group. ID incidents occur when there's static positions or during mobile. So when troops are mobile, how are they protected? When they're in static positions, how are they protected? This is an FOB, an example of an FOB. How FOB is constructed. I was in Somalia, and the quality and the standard of forward operating bases were really different. And if the terrorists are able to attack and be successful in attacking an FOB, the casualties are normally very high, very, very high, and they make propaganda videos from that attack. They loot equipment, ammunition, weapons, and explosive to make more IDs. So this training is really important for UN peacekeepers. So, yeah, that is the end. Just to conclude on the need for TCCs to have capacity, to build capacity for their own instructors. Like conducting awareness training. I think countries need to have that capability so that more soldiers can be trained. And also, there needs to be technical expertise at the sector and force headquarter level to be able to provide appropriate advice to the force commander. And if this one lacks, then the force commander, sector commanders will lack technical expertise. I think I'll also add the analysis, because I worked in this cell in Somalia for some time. Having analysis over time to analyze if the threat is changing and what needs to be improved. Robust pre-deployment training, we've talked about that, and then force protections. Lessons learned is also another very important area troops need to focus. So thank you very much. I will later invite any questions.
Okay, thank you. Right, we're running out of time almost, so let me introduce you Lieutenant General Jasbir Leader. He comes from Punjab, India, and he spent over 40 years in the armed forces, and now 14 years in the academic realm of teaching what he has learned throughout his career. So basically, he has no age to me. If you look at him, he's ageless. He was Chief of Staff in Onomos in Mozambique, then he became Force Commander in Sudan, to return to Sudan as a mission commander later on, and he actually supported and contributed to the birth of South Sudan. He holds master degrees and, in strategic studies and also defense and management studies. Absolutely without further ado, I'll leave him the floor. Sir, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Next slide.
Amongst various assignments I do, IAPTC is very special because here are people who are grounded, who are going to carry home lessons, and it is therefore necessary to move away from theory into some of the grounded, constructive challenges. And that's the whole aim of this. The aim of, there is enough theory going around everywhere. If you ask me what is the biggest challenge today in the UN, it is the growing gap between aerial and ground. And we got to do some soul searching. Why is that? That's not the question. Is it moving? Okay. Right. The character of contemporary peacekeeping challenges or peacekeeping environment has changed. All of us are aware. What is the last two? The first two are talked about quite a bit. Political polarization, ambiguity, conflict of different names, and also the violence and the safety and security. But what is not being talked about much are these two. One is displacement. The human population itself has started reacting against human forces. What has happened in Mali? What's happening in Eastern DRC? You will increasingly find people challenging you with the peacekeeping here as displacement takes place. Why are you here for the last 20 years and we continue to suffer in the same manner we do? And you are worried about the displaced population. And the next thing, environmental instability. We only had Haiti earthquake and then pandemic came. Increasingly disasters are going to strike. It's on the card. When your own safety in the disaster zones becomes an issue, and then you're expected to carry out disaster relief operations because you have people large and you're not even thinking about it, not even there, is a question. Because then again, people will expect you not to protect yourself like in the protection of civilians, but come out and help them in disaster relief operations. Food for thought on this. Leveraging integration for mandate organization. System-wide approach. We talk about it, yet on the ground, silos still are. We've come a long way, let me tell you that. I've been on the political side and on the military side. The first time we came out with the job, military people reacted. I reacted hell of a lot. As a joint operation center was because of operations with civilians, but that's history now. And the three center, joint operations center, joint area where the people don't even have water to drink, what sort of camps are you going to establish? Is it going to be more local habitat, local resources, with the host population there? These are some of the questions. We don't have the answers, but these are the questions we should be looking at whenever we are getting into any conceptual change elsewhere. Next, principal humanitarian support and quantitative support. Information has become the fourth pillar of national power. It used to be politics, it used to be security, and it used to be economics. Today, all nations realize that it's an information war. I don't want to go to Ukraine and elsewhere. You are fighting a narrative in the virtual space. And strategic communication for you and today has become a very, very important message. And all people need to play, including military, including civilian. Just having one platform policy is not enough. It's very important part of information, disinformation. What's happening in Eastern DRC? We just had to challenge this forum in Delhi, and the SRLG of DRC was there. And there is a narrative going around that, look, this is all inspired by a couple of people who are political ground. The fact is the optics say otherwise. Here are you, here are women coming over, burning UN bases, attacking you. This has never happened. And telling you that, look, you people have done nothing here in 20 years. Done this. These are optics. Or this is strategic communication. If you think that is wrong, but you're losing in the optics war, you're losing the strategic narrative. Because these are narratives there. So it's very important that the mission today gets its mission narrative there. And that is the mission narrative to which the strategic communication is based. What sort of proactive messaging you want to do? What sort of counters of disinformation, misinformation you want to do? We can discuss this there after when it comes. Political privacy. In the high tempo operations, the lines between political control and authority command and control get blurred. And the blame game starts. While there is no doubt that all actions of the peace mandate is political in nature, but when the military has to play a larger role, the convergence between political and military must be well understood at both at the strategic level, that is the SRG force commander, and it must filter down to the field officers. The sector commander has to know exactly what is it, and the field office commander is there. Just using this term political privacy by itself is a standard almost doesn't help. Joint mediation. Get your military people on the ground on this and the civil defense. This is I found the biggest success story in all the missions are these people working on the ground. Train your animals, train your civil officers, go there. Post station lead and population network. So we are getting into blurred territory again now. What are the communities? Increasingly as communities challenging you, we move away. I'm not getting involved in terminology. The population itself is challenging. It's challenging narrative, it's challenging view and cases. And although we talk about a human-centric approach, and we talk we are in the post-nation support, a lot of times the mandates themselves are very inclusive in nature. And then the host station and the population itself, you can have a money one of convincing it doesn't sell to the people. The fact is the UN is there to support the host state. And finding your mission strategy has to be that the host nation is capable of, in a very graduated continuum, take over from you when the mission exists. For which national staff, other people have to be dragged into this work. Military component. Some foods for thought for the military people here. Firstly, we'll be talking about technology-enabled contingents, agile deployment and employment. You cannot afford to sit in peacekeeping operations in operating bases and move around that. The whole warfare is changed. The warfare is no more fixed and peacekeeping environment is no more fixed. You have threats everywhere. You have threats in cyber, you have threats in asymmetric threats, you have threats on the ground. How exactly are you going to maximize the military in that area by indirect deployment? We came out with this concept of temporary operating base. I'm very happy in Sudan. It was usually just sitting around at one place done well. Surveillance and reliable intelligence. I get, and I've been trying to talk about it very often. I get a little scared of this intelligence business because what we are getting into is just changing the terminology from information to intelligence and not see where it's going to help the people of Islam. What is intelligence? What does a company commander or a platoon commander want? They want intelligence which is true, one reliable and one which is actionable. Generic intelligence generated over a period of time and fed becomes part of the problem. Because you have now raised the expectation bar of the mission very high. And said, look, you don't. Because mission has only that much resources. This is an area we need to be treading very carefully. Again, the technology here. Don't leave the human element. All this technology is fine. Finally, when the technology fails you, if you have not built up relationship with the communities and elsewhere, nobody will come and tell you where the IIT. The real threat of the IIT will not be told to you by the drones or by elsewhere, but by it's not easy to employ an IIT experiment. They have to go and search that area, they have to do that, and if you go around there, and somebody will tell you, look, there was some fishing moment in that area, this happened. So don't forget the human element as the intelligence. Lastly, of course, responsive operation logistics. Our mission support today is not geared for present programs. Admittedly, we made a long progress from the global support strategy on the ground, but the mission support is still very static and very conventional in nature, and we need to relook at this whole thing. If we talk about high-tech operations, we talk about maneuver, we talk about mobility, etc. It's not only the resources, it's the resource management which needs to change. A lot of times you just need 10 more helicopters that come up. That's not good enough. I would say it's not the quantity, it's the quality that comes. So you put that quality in resource management. Today, resource management, because of the finite equipment you have, is a command responsibility. It must be taught as a mission management. I did a study with the small arms survey on the loss of weapons and ammunition that are going to get funding. And it was necessary to see that a lot of places, the basic drills of the military, of storing their equipment, of checking up their equipment, of the basic discipline which was taught is lacking. The battlefield discipline which the military calls it, or basic discipline on the civil side, that is gone. And unless you get back to the basics of those drills there, you will be caught up because equipment is very costly, both to induct and to maintain, especially in these areas. Next one, humanitarian assistance. I will not talk much about it, protection of civilian class by troops. International humanitarian law, we are not talking much. You have to today, with the type of threats that have come, IHL training needs more important. I haven't heard from anybody in that. This is one area. UN civic policy and new stuff. Let me last now come here. Realistic training. My views on training. We have in the UN
we're back online here, and I would like to actually extend the floor, the possibility to our attendees to pose questions to our panelists. And with the permission of the organizers, if this thing can go a little bit longer than 5, like for at least 10 minutes, that would be great. Are you nodding like yes? So we got a yes. Please, if any one of you has questions, please. There are mics that are going around the room. If you could please introduce yourself and also direct the question to the panelists that you are interested in. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Elizabeth Rosenbaum. I'm from the Peace Operations Training Institute. This has been very interesting. Thank you. My question is for General Litter. We've talked a lot this conference about simulations and, peacekeeping training simulations as a new way in a new era, in the digital era, to train. But you've talked a lot here about providing space for, scenarios that aren't able to be taught in a training and that you can't lose that human element. What do you say to the idea that, we're moving more towards a digital era of training? Thank you.
If there is anyone else, we could group them up. Yes, there is one gentleman here.
It's to support everything that's just being said here effectively. I often hear people...
Turn the mic on so that the general in Brazil can listen to you. Thank you.
Please, often hear people say, what's the technological solution to IEDs? And IEDs are, in effect, an ambush. That's all. And yes, there are things that can help. But if I can tell you, in Northern Ireland, when the British were engaged with the Irish Republican terrorism, the British Army, the Irish Republican terrorists actually reverse-engineered the jammers to explode when the British patrols came past with the jammers. So just to say, the way to fight IEDs is not through technology necessarily, it's through correct training, leadership, not setting patterns and not being predictable. So I just wanted to say that, and because often Raymond and I over the years have faced the question, why is UNMAS not doing more? Why is UNMAS not doing more? We are doing more. We're providing the training, which is training in planning. And that training and planning has second order effects that protect you from ambushes as well as just the IED. So I just wanted to say that and to support what the speakers have said. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think we got somebody else here. Colonel Salim.
Yeah, thank you. So my question is actually both to General Cruz and also to General Leader here. About some dilemma about the General Cruz, I know that he's the proponent of the robust peacekeeping and robust posture, and he said that robust posture is the safest measure for us, the peacekeepers. But sometimes in the field, we face some dilemma. Like in Mali, I was deployed in 2019 to 2020, and we had a mandate to. There was some ethnic clash going on between the two ethnic groups, and we were told to go and have the control over that area. So while we were trying to go, some women and children, they barricaded us on the way. And yesterday also in some of the discussion, there was some sort of criticism that peacekeepers sometimes try to resolve the situation in the peaceful way, not in a robust mandate. But in some cases, it seems that the robust posture is not actually the best way, because when you have found that 75 to 100 women and children are in front of you, then what to do? And this is the dilemma the peacekeepers sometimes face. And I want to hear the comments of both General Cruz and General Leader here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the question. I know that there are more questions, at least one more, and then we will pass the floor to General Cruz afterwards.
In fact, it's a question for the General Santos Cruz and General Josbil Leader. General Cruz, this is Colonel Lieutenant Mustafiz, the Banbet Commander in Munia. You are my Force Commander in 2014 and 15. Okay. Sir, I have a specific question with two leaders. First of all, now in the peacekeeping operation, there is a new dimension, Russian mercenary force Wagner. They are very active in Mali. They are very active in Central African Republic. These two is totally guaranteed, and you'll not believe the feedbacks we get that the locals now they welcome Russian forces, not the UN forces, because they go, they don't bother for any human rights, any other thing, any militia, anything, they go and just finish that one, work in a very small group. They are day by day, they are becoming very popular amongst the locals. And even in Congo, after that incident, locals were coming that we want the Russian forces because they can do it. And in the last incident in Mali, in Central African Republic on 3rd October, where Bangladesh lost 3 peacekeepers, the mine that Russian forces were, mercenary forces are deployed in that area, and the Triple that group, they basically targeted the Russians to have that mine. But unfortunately, Bangladeshi, they went for the patrolling. So my 2 questions, first of all, you are the 2 leaders here, whether you are thinking any kind of analysis how to deal with this one, because the withdrawal of the French from these 2 missions and now inclusion, which was not authorized by the Security Council, it has got a on-ground impact. This is number 1. We need to change, rethink our total activities in the 2 missions. Number 2, in Central African Republic, contingents are going for a night operation with the threat of the IED and mines. It was an anti-tank mine, but no medical cover because of the restriction of the local government. They cannot fly at night. And unfortunately, 2 were critically injured. One lost 1 leg. He died after 3 hours. Another one died after 6 hours. We consider there is a failure of the total system because of the evacuation. Helipads, everything was ready, but helicopter could not fly. So what do you think? First of all, there is a distinct thing that host government, they are supposed to cooperate with the UN, but they are not cooperating. If you exactly know, in most of the major missions, they don't cooperate with how the troops will function. Thank you, sir.
I would leave the floor to General Cruz so that he can merge the 2 questions that were addressed to him into one, and then we will pass the floor over to you. Sir, I think your mic is muted.
Okay. Actually, we don't have a standard for all these different operational questions. Because during the pre-deployment training, we train the basics. And the most important is not the scenario that we are training. The most important is to develop initiative with soldiers, corporals, sergeants, captains, colonels. Then in all the levels we need to develop initiatives because we have some classic situations that we may create a scenario, similar scenario to train the people. But on the ground we are going to have many different situations, not trained previously. And then depending on the situation, we need to be very peaceful. We need to have dialogue. We may depend on the group. We need to face. We may have dialogue with no problem. We have community leaders, but depend on the situation. We need to use all the military tactics. Even ambush, because depending on the situation, we need to ambush them. They need to lose initiative, and then it's not possible to say what you are going to do in all the situations. And then one more problem is we have a mandate, but we are not going to. But on the ground, we are not in New York. And then in New York, it's very easy to talk on the mandate. The capital is very easy, but on the ground, we need to take action based on our assessment. We need to have initiative. We are not going to, we are on the ground not to call New York, not to call the capital. We are on the ground to solve the problem. And then the intelligence, how to get intelligence. In the United Nations, we don't have a structure for intelligence. We have drones, we have many good reports daily in the United Nations, but we don't have time to read all the reports. Because all the sectors prepare reports, human rights, the DGR, the military, the civil affairs. How to consolidate all this information, transform this in intelligence. One example for you, in Mali, the first class battalion, intelligence battalion from Sweden. I had the opportunity to talk to the commander, and I said, do you believe that you are producing good intelligence? He said, yes, we produce very good intelligence. Who is receiving your reports? He said, in Bamako and in Sweden. I said, but you are not giving this report to your neighbor from Burkina Faso, and the guys are dying along the road, escorting convoys to the north and to the south, the east. You need to provide operational intelligence to your neighbor, not to only to the U2 in Bamako. And then you need to integrate your neighbor. Your neighbor is escorting convoys. And then we need to change many things. I said, okay, you produce very good intelligence. How many operations did you see in the mission using your good intelligence? He said, no operations with our intelligence. And then the end state of the intelligence is not the report. The end state is operation. And then is action, the end state. And one more thing, United Nations, we don't have mentality, we don't have the mindset for human intelligence. How to get the human intelligence? You need to buy, very clear. How? Obviously, it's not possible to do that in the United Nations, but you have a way to do. But you need to, we need, all the patrols, we need to have interpreters. And then we have a budget to pay the interpreters. And the interpreters will bring you many information. And our guys in the intelligence sector will transform the information in intelligence. But you need to have money to buy the cell phone, you need to have money to pay, to put credit in the cell phone for the interpreters. Maybe more than 50% of patrols patrol in the United Nations without interpreter. How they are going to interact with the local population? Many patrols.
Recording in progress.
And 9 kilometers, asphalt the road. And the major was asking permission from the battalion commander, and the battalion commander from the sector commander.
General
And then one question is, in United Nations, the problem is not action, it's inaction. We need to have initiative to solve the question in front of us.
Thank you, General Santos Cruz. We'll take it from there. Thank you for your answers, and we'll give the floor back to General Lear.
mandates become very descriptive in nature, and you have a permissive environment. Okay, you don't hear me, Santa Cruz?
Yes, now,
Well,
now
yeah.
it's okay.
Now you'll hear me loud and clear. Okay, I mistook you. Okay, I'll talk about it. I said the present system of mandate review, formulation review requires a fundamental change. And all the stakeholders have to continue working on it. Purely accepting as that I fail to comply, that, or just cribbing that Security Council polarized, etc., is not going to solve the issues. If collective bottom-up effort is made and the Security Council members are sensitized, and we get mandates which are more visionary and more descriptive in nature, and giving the latitude to the right people who've been selected on the ground, such questions will never be asked. Because if you are given a mandate, create a safe and secure environment in that area, or number two, protect the civilians, whatever it is, and the commander and the sector commander have enough latitude on the ground to operate, you will yourself find an answer. And if, as I said, if you empower down the line in the military, etc., or in the field offices, tomorrow's action, everything will be controlled by that one office, I can tell you that. WhatsApp just went out of the range, I don't know how many countries it happened. In 2 hours, the whole world came to a halt. Come on, WhatsApp. Tomorrow, your whole thing will get blocked. All your smart, whole thing will go off. Then what will you do? You haven't got the basic sense, you haven't networked with the populations, you are looking up for orders, for instructions on top. No. Let that company commander, let that field office operate. Let it be a Russian mercenary, let it be any mercenary. The UN is very clear. We are here to do a job. A, provide safe and secure environment. 2, help the thing in political process. And number 3, humanitarian assistance, period. And now a strategic communication has come. And if that sort of flow of events takes place, you have to find answers. I'm afraid far too many times on the ground, people are looking for solutions on top while they have to find it yourself. Do it. If 3 mercenaries have come to your base, do what you feel like. You got chapter 7, you got the mandate, you don't need to ask anybody, shoot them dead. I'm sorry, that's the military way of doing it, etc. And say we shot them, that's it, answer me. And I shot them for the UN mandate. Any action by anybody, what Santos Cross is saying, nobody till today has been questioned for action. I don't remember a single inquiry in the UN where people used excessive force. There's been no inquiry such that. Most of the times people are scared to use force, scared to move out, because you are actually looking for a status quo, play safe tenure. So good enough, oh, the mercenaries have come, you ignore them. All these issues have come in various missions over a period of time because people have allowed them to come. They have done their tenures, they've gone away, both on the civil and the military side, and now somebody else is paying the price for it. And you have to do some hard soul searching when you go there. That as a professional, are you going to pass your time? Are you just going to do status quo, or you will do what is morally and professionally correct and do that? I'll just come to the last question. A part of our training, because of this prescriptive, has become very templated in nature. Templates were okay for a conventional conflict and conventional peacekeeping. Now we are into an unconventional zone. I always say you have 10 scenarios for protection of civilians, 11 scenarios blank. Blank. What do you do? Is your band trained for it? But imagine the same scenario is, okay, in that area, this is the scenario. In your area, scenario is just this. Scenario in area ABA so-and-so, on so-and-so day, 2 IEDs have taken place. That's all. Nothing. No geographical zone, nothing. What do you do? I can show you that company commander and the battalion commander will find ways and means trained for it. Okay? We have no intelligence. I'll gain so-and-so. I'll do this. I'll do that. You have to start now making people react according to that context and give them the operational innovation. I can tell you they'll find solutions. Don't do prescriptive, because prescriptive solutions don't do. And we are far too much prescriptive today. We are training very, very conventional, I can tell you that. We talk all this, yet our training, various training centers I go, that we say peacekeeping mindsets and all, but the training is still the same. Our conceptual thought is the same. We are talking conceptual at a high level thing like that. What about the people on the ground? The whole thing has to be changed bottom up, not top down. Santa Cruz, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I actually take my time now to express my gratitude to my distinguished panelists. Muito obrigado, General Santos Cruz. Thank you so much for being with us. I thank General Leader and Mr. Kemei for having expressed their ideas out of experience. And this is what happens when you solicit memories. They come out. It's like Pandora pot. They come out and it's human. So let's deal with the human side of anything that we're doing. Thank you all for your interest that you've shown so far, and grazie, and I wish you the rest of the week enjoyable. Ciao.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Antonio, and the speakers, both present here and connected through VTC. So, thank you, dear audience, for your kind patience. Thank you all. So our next session is 1930, the cultural program. Thank you.
Can anyone take a picture of us?
Ask him to come, sir.
Huh?
Ask the commander.
Sir, are you there, General Cruz? Sir, are you there, General Cruz? Oh, he has left.
अरे बाबा पीछे दिलीप ओपनिंग स्लाइड तो दे दो
You have a gift to General Santos Cruz.
You heard when in some one battalion TCC, nothing happens. Who's asking you? You got a mandate. Don't ask for any solution.
Sir, select now, no? कॉपी है फोल्डर है देनी सर
Before he shoots you.
Yeah, you got a job. Yeah, come on, you got a job. Why are you asking this? Come on.
educate one. Rhythm. What?
As Manan was saying, they gravitate to a different area. They know who's the guy. They will not come to your area. They know you'll shoot him. But if you keep asking them questions,
Once you're there and you hear your people screaming, and you smell the smell of death, then you know what to do, right? Yes.
what are they now for the evening now? What are we here now supposed to do and things like that? From there.
We're leaving. Where is it?
We are leaving at the hotel now?
But we go to the hotel now?
Yes. So it is a touch and bag.